All right, hello everybody. Sorry for the slight delay there. I had a sink full of dishes that needed to be cleaned. Welcome to this Friday. I believe we are finishing up week 4 of Deep End Dev, episode 16. I'm your host, Matthew. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. We left off with the ability to add and remove a door dynamically to our walls, to our spline structures. And if we, why don't we take a look at that? Let's launch the debugger. I think what we need to do is take a look at what we're doing here and think about how we can generalize some of these functions to make sure that we're not programming ourselves into a corner with two specific or unique function calls. Because if we're building an architectural tool here, we're going to have other things besides just doors to add, like a window, for example. Okay, we go ahead and play in the viewer here. And this is client. So we're testing to make sure that these server calls that we're doing, this works on the server. So this is a network ready tool. So this all got moved into C++. We finished all of that. And here's our door call. Just a little debug portal and a little door right there. We can also remove sections. And we can reset the structure. I'm going to add multiple doors. The doors can also be switched back to walls. So, let's take a look at what's happening here. So, we got rid of this secondary structure data array. We're not doing that anymore. The wall does not store the information about what's being added to it. It just knows its primary structure data array. Which, if we take a look here, so we can get an instanced static mesh component by string. We got rid of that function because we're no longer getting the wall instance. We're getting the primary, yeah. So we look through all of our instanced components. And if it's a valid instance and its name equals the instance name that we're passing in, and we're naming these instances, for example, wall instance. We can create and modify an instance mesh. We make a new one by sending in a name. So, for example, door instance, that comes in. And we're searching to see if we have it. If we don't, we're making a new one. And we created a new, we extracted this into its own function. Abstracted, is that the word, abstracted to a function? So right here is where we're creating an instance static mesh component. We're passing in the name, the mesh, and the material instance that we would like it to have. So we can dynamically create an instance static mesh right here. So I think this right here, this get primary static mesh reference. Really, it should be. Where are we using this? So the player controller, we're using it right here. And this is why actually we have the bug. So we have a bug in our game right here, in our tool, that we encountered at the end of last episode, and this is the reason. We just found the reason why this happens. So see, we've got a wall, and we can go to move mode. We can put a token up on the wall, right? Because it's getting the bounds of that mesh and putting it up on there. It's it's a little wonky, but if we add a door, you see how it's still trying to get the bounds of the wall height, and that's because of this call right here. We're getting the primary static mesh reference and getting the bounds. So only the wall is getting passed. So we don't want to do this. We want to change that. So how are we going to do that? We're going to, rather than get primary static mesh reference, we're already getting the instance static mesh component by string. And we are calling that right here. We have a hit result when we're moving a token. So that's stored on our player controller, the last hit result. So that last hit result has the name, right? And then we're using that here, the instance static mesh component, if we have it. So the bounds, I think we can do the instance static mesh component. Come on. There we are. Get the static mesh. Get the bounds. There we go. So that'll give us what we need. So if we go ahead and I think we can just patch this since it's not a header change. Or maybe it can't. Yes, it can. It's just the first time of this Sleepy Friday. All right. Let's see if that worked. So we build a wall. We add a door. Drop in a cube. We can go up on our door, and we can go up, go on the wall, and we can go on the door. Sort of. Something is, I think it's a little off. You can even see it. It kind of pops there when we put it up on the wall. Yeah, we can see it actually if we get close. It's down by a couple, like a centimeter. That's interesting. And I bet the same issue up here. Wonder why it can't handle that. All right, so we're adding the Z value plus the instances transform, the Z location. So the Z location would be the center plus the box extent. You know what we need? We need the origin. We need from the bounds. The mesh bounds should have the origin. So what we actually want is not this transform, I don't think. What we want actually is mesh bounds dot origin dot z, and the x is actually going to be also mesh bounds dot origin dot x and mesh bounds dot origin dot y, and that will give us the exact center of x and y, and then that should put us properly, because the origin is the smack dab middle of the bounds box. The transform might be off because it's not an even, though they're not even sizes, right? We do that, add the door, bring in our cube. Whoops. Interesting. So the Z is correct, but the X and the Y are wrong. I wonder why. So let's put the X and the Y back to our location. So transform.x. Transform.getLocation.x. Transform.getLocation.y. Wonder where that bounding box thinks it is, if it's resetting us to zeros. Probably actually local. Yeah, it's probably local, so I would want to add the real location. Perfect. We murdered our cube. That's funny. What happened? Physics only, no query. Huh. That's funny. I wonder why it didn't. Try that again. It didn't flip the physics back when we let go. Okay, we're good now, and we're able to put things upon our walls without any popping off. And actually, we should be able to stack pretty well here too. Okay. Better. That's an improvement right there. Are we using that function call for anything else? Let's see. I don't think so. So let's stop. think we can just get rid of that. Comment this. Creates an instanced static mesh component with the provided with an object name. And we could just make this a U function while we're at it for blueprint. Make it blueprint callable. We can make this blueprint callable as well. Okay. While we're at it, all of these, well, no, we'll leave them. Hey, Bontakun. I guess we'll leave these as blueprint callable for now. Okay. So that feels pretty good. We should add in the ability to lock our walls now, just like our tokens. So that we don't accidentally modify it or move it or mess things up. So what are we doing? How do we do that? This. We just need to do this on our structure. I briefly used Unity, but not for very long. So I would say most of what I have done is straight Unreal Engine. This is all just from using it frequently for about 7 to 8 months or so. Really 6 months hardcore I've been using it. Though I started with C++ actually last New Year's. 1 year ago, a little over a year ago, I started raw C++ without an engine, and I did that for a while, for a good 5 or 6 months, and then I moved into using a game engine. I'm an English major and an audio engineer and a musician. So I've been doing Unreal Engine for 6 or so months and coding for about a year. However, it's not the first time I've coded. I used to code a bit when I was a teenager as well as a kid. So I didn't start entirely from scratch. Okay. So on our structure, we need a toggle structure, lock structure in place. Public function call. We'll do it here. Is this a multicast? Yeah. Definitely. Reliable, blueprint callable, category, e.g. spline structure functions. And this will be a void toggle lock structure in place. And it receives the Boolean lock. Okay, so with the structure, it's going to be a bit more difficult. Maybe. We might be able to just flip a bool and that aborts the these modify calls actually. Yeah, let's do that. So down here, because the only reason that we're having to do the hardcore locking of a token with that is because they are simulating physics, so they could be knocked over. But these spline structures, these instances do not simulate physics. They can have gravity, supposedly, though I haven't seen the evidence of that. And they have collision, but the reason why these things are so cheap is it's an instance. It's just grabbing memory for the mesh and the material and visually making it, and with collision. But the engine is skipping all of this physics simulation, so that's why it's cheap to do. So to lock it, we just need a uint8, so a bool, or an integer that's going to be made into a bool, be locked of 1 bit. And then over here in our constructor, we say the be locked is false. So if we are locking, our be locked is equal to be lock, and that's it. Let's go away. If you want to learn C++, I highly recommend the offerings over on Udemy. This site. That site is fantastic. It's where I've learned a ton of stuff. They have sales all the time. Just wait for a course you're interested in to drop to like 10 to 12 bucks. And there's some really, really good C++ courses on there. As well as Unreal Engine, actually. However, I would recommend not doing just straight up jumping into Unreal Engine C++ courses. I would do some just straight C++ for a little bit, and then move into Unreal Engine, because understanding, like for example, what a pointer is, and these references and constness that I'm doing, and what this star and what this ampersand do, as well as knowing what this right here. Why are there pointy brackets right here for this function call? Well, this is a template. So stuff like that, the more that you know how C++ works, the less alien using Unreal Engine's API on top of C++, their stuff. This looks less alien. Like this is Unreal Engine, that macro there. That's just straight, this is just straight C++. Okay, so we've created a function to lock our spline structure. And we need a way to call that. So in the way we're locking tokens is right here. And I believe we have a network. Yeah, so we just need to make the local as well as our server. So under structure, let's do it under, maybe above reset. We need to pass an ABG spline structure pointer, the structure to lock, and we want a bool of the lock. Right? Or are we just, yeah, toggle lock in place. Okay. So when we do that, we do if structure to lock is valid. If we don't have authority, we're doing this local first, structure to lock, toggle lock structure in place, and pass the block. Otherwise, we move straight to a server call on the structure, which we will do here. Toggle lock structure in place underscore server. ABG spline. What happened? What's going on here? Why is it mad? Is it just having a moment to catch up? No, it needs that. ABG spline structure pointer structure to lock. And then we are passing in our bool reference, the lock. We are doing if structure to lock is valid. We now need to make it over here on our game mode. Same thing above the reset. This will be a static void toggle lock structure in place. ABG spline structure pointer structure to lock, and our bool const reference the lock. And this once again checks to make sure we do not have a null pointer, and then we structure to lock, toggle lock in place with our b lock Okay. Now we just need to call it. So ABG game play game mode base toggle lock structure in place, and we pass the structure to lock, then B lock, and our right here we need to call our server toggle lock structure in place server. We pass the structure to lock and the B lock. Okay, now that we've got that, let's make the button. While that launches, I'm going to get some coffee. And it failed. What did we do? This is once again, I think there's an issue with passing bool references. I've noticed. Maybe I need to study up on why you cannot pass a const bool reference, but I am discovering that to be the issue. Okay, let's try that again. And while that does that, I'm going to look up C++ bool const references. Oh. It might be because a bool, C++, if I remember correctly, a bool is not a bool's a pointer. Yeah, I think it has to do with because Booleans are not something that C++ had once upon a time. They had to be later implemented, so I think that has to do with it. So really it would be a bool star. But then you're having to dereference it every single time. So we won't do that. Okay, so we go to the UI. and our structure context menu. We're all so used to Booleans being just the standard thing, but they weren't. So I think I'll put it above the reset. So this will be the lock button. We're getting wordy. Maybe we can just do lock. The lock text is a variable. Yep. So this reset structure, let's just make it say reset and delete. Just delete. There we go. Lock. We're running out of colors. Didn't we do something like that on our token? Yeah, let's copy some colors here, and we'll change the remove section. I want the same reset color as well. Okay, remove section is going to become, I don't know, a grayish there. Okay, so when we hit the lock button, and how are we handling the text on the unlock? It's a variable. Okay, we're not binding it. So this is the lock unlock text. And what are we doing? Are we on construct? Yeah, we're handling that. So here, and we need to make this function so that this works. So here we're going to go to, similarly, we have this get is token locked. Why'd you do that? It's just this. But really, we're just returning our bool. But our bool is visible, so I think we don't need to do that. We can just do let's make a custom event of setup add remove door text, and all of this will be on that. Just call that. And similarly, custom event setup lock unlock text. This do that. We want the actor. Actually, no, we just want the structure reference, and we want to get be locked. No? Get locked. There we go. Okay. Green, orange. So if it is locked, we want to unlock it. If it's not locked, we want to offer to lock it. The lock button. And then the text. Honestly, we could do this on a select, but whatever. Set text. Is unlock, and this says lock. Setup. Lock, unlock, text. Okay. So we didn't make the button do anything yet, but it should. Yep, cool. All right, now this button. This is the token. Whoops. The lock button, which we'll make it called the lock unlock button. It just gets the structure and it calls toggle. Wait, actually, we need to get our owner, so we have to do this on the server. Everything's a lot simpler if you're making a single player game, right? On-click lock unlock button. Toggle lock structure in place is what we're going for. And we're getting the locked. So if locked is already true, we're inverting it. And then also we're going to set visibility to hidden. Right? We have to go through so many different layers in order for stuff to happen. Lock. Sweet. All right, so that worked. And if we try and... We haven't actually implemented that, so we know that the Boolean is at least flipping. So the Boolean flips, and what does that do? Well, I think we'll stop it in the player controller when we go to any of our structure, or actually our handle. That's what we'll do. Handle structure selection. If get game master permissions is false, or grabbed structure get it be locked, we need to be able to get that. We need a returns a uint 8 get locked status const return be locked. Get locked status. So if it's if it's true, yep, then it's locked. So that should prevent us from being able to do anything with the structure if it's locked. Honestly, we should do that too with right here. If grab token and control mode move and grabbed token and it's not locked, then we can continue. Okay. So let's stop and restart and see what happens. Cool. That's nice. All right, so now it's locked. We can't screw it up. Can't screw that up either. Beautiful. However, that still works if it's locked. So we also need to implement this stuff into our UI for our structure context menu. And in fact, on our Game Master HUD, let's add a text we'll anchor it to the top. Halfway. And then down a bit, like right here. We'll say object is locked. Size to content, there we go. We'll make it nice big, a nice 52. And we'll go with like a bold italic and give it an outline. And what color? How about a color? Let's give it a something like that. This is the locked text. And while we're at it, we'll give it an animation. Locked text bounce. And on the track, we're going to do the locked text. Give it a track for its transform. Translation. And we're also going to give it visibility, or no, not visibility, but render opacity. So over like, I don't know, a second, it'll travel up to there. And its render opacity is a good 1 right here, but starts at 0. And ends at 0. So we get a little notification. Hello, Bowglier. And the text will be bound let's see. I don't like bindings. I'm going to make a variable. We'll go over here. Well, okay, we're going to make a function called not entirely. We're just doing it. We're working on locking the structure in place, and I'm making a little notification that if you click any of the buttons and it doesn't work, so a little alert, So play locked animation. The play locked animation needs a, I don't know, the object name first. Pass by reference. And we will set, put this all in here. First we set text. Format text. Object name is blocked. So first we set the text, and then we do, where's our animation? There it is. Play forward. And restore the state when done. And a return. Okay, so when we're here, remove button. So all of these things we need to do a check structure locked state. And get the locked and if it's true, let's see, this actually is going to return be locked. If it's true, we are going to get we actually can make an event dispatcher, can't we? So actually we're going to make an event dispatcher called play locked animation. And here on construct, we will bind wait, actually we have to do it in the content here. Okay, so if we make a WBP structure context menu, we're going to bind event to play locked animation. This, can we make, let's make this an event. And fine, get rid of the reference. Here. Oh yeah. This is going to have an input of the object name string, so that here, refresh, play locked animation. There we go. So we're binding, and then here, call. If it's locked, we play this. True, locked, and the object name comes from structure reference get name, get the object name. If not, return false. So over here, every time when we hit the remove button, we're going to run this. And this can be pure, can't it? There we go. And I'm going to flip that actually. I want this to be unlocked so that we can use the true. Same with the reset button. And we'll do this for the token as well. And the delete button. And the door button. We don't have to do it for the unlock. Okay. Let's see if that works. I forgot to set that initially. I think what you have to do is close it and then reopen it. Yep. Render opacity to 0. There we go. So the object name sucks. What about I don't know. Let's try that. What's the display name look like? That's better. Cool. Okay, I like that. That's better. And honestly, we could just say structure. We didn't need to do that. And now let's do this similarly for the token context menu. So an event dispatcher, play locked animation. And we will send also a string object name. And we will be doing, just like we did in the structure menu, a check structure lock state. We'll do a check token locked state pure function, which will return a bool of be locked. We will be doing our token reference, which, let's clean this up, references. This goes into a widgets folder. Token reference get locked, get token locked. If so, we will be playing the locked animation with token. And if not, we return with a true unlocked. And in the Game Master HUD, we need to also bind for here, bind event to play locked animation. And the event, again, is our play locked animation. And here We needed to be doing that in our structure also, checking the validity of our token. So I think the control button we're okay. So yeah, just the reset and the delete button on the token is what matters. There we go. Cool. Our structure context menu, this lock unlock, maybe the token also, let's move that down here. So now they'll match. Lock and unlock will be above the delete. And somebody else who's better at UI design can handle designing UI at some point, or we'll spend a whole wild time on working on that someday. Okay, so we did something nasty last time that wasn't really that great, and it was here, I think. No, that's not it. Where did we do it? We can get rid of that. We know this is working. This. Right? Or was it? It was this. Here we go. My big yellow comment. So when we click on adding a door, I don't want this bool is kind of nasty, which we set up here. So I think, like when we right click on a tile, we have this board context menu, which then switches to shrink and grow. I think with a structure, this is not going to be add door. This is, we're going to wrap our structure context menu, wrap it with a widget switcher. This is our structure widget switcher. We'll call this actually structure context widget switcher. And we have the main, this is the main structure context menu. And we're going to add, we're going to duplicate, but remove some of these. This will be the, so we haven't, the add door button. This add door button, we're going to move to the other widget switcher. This one is going to become the back button. It's not a variable. Back. down. This now needs modify? Yeah, modify button. Modify. And what this does is it will allow us do green. It'll switch the context menu to this section, which will then, let's see. I think the remove, let's move the remove over here as well, and we'll get rid of the duplicated one. So the back button will be at the very bottom. And we'll make that color an orangish. There we go. And now we're going to be able to populate a new menu, and we can continue to expand this menu if we wanted to with other options someday. So let's on clicked, this modify button is going to get our widget structure context widget switcher, and we will set the active widget index to 1. Let's comment some of this so it's easier. So this locks, unlocks, toggle, lock, unlock, state of structure. This is our door button, so we're going to work on that. So there's the modify. This deletes structure. And we're going to we're passing in the structure. I'm wondering if we just want to remove that, and on construct we do the cast. But I don't know. We're passing in both the hit result. I don't know. All right, we're making some excess memory, so we're gonna do this gets too, just to be safe. Resets structure to original single starting. Or single origin. This removes section of structure at the right-clicked index divided by hit result. Okay, switch to subcontext menu, or switch to modify context menu, which let's name that. This is the modify structure context menu. And then this back button goes back to 0. And main. Okay, so we already have an add door, and let's see, view. Let's see, how are we doing this? When we right click, we have this event. We're passing in a hit result. What does our database look like for structure bank? These are for getting spline structures themselves. You know what? We just need a static mesh bank. So let's go here. Here's our structure. We have a token bank and a structure bank, and these get actual classes out of them, but I think we need to be able to access just straight up static meshes. And it's going to have the name of static mesh name. And this is, again, a U property of a class U static mesh. The static mesh. And likewise, we need a material bank. And this is a blueprint type. Material instance name. And a U material instance pointer, material instance. So then we can store and grab materials and static meshes by a name. So let's save everything and close. Build. You got this, computer. I believe in you. While that builds, I'm going to go use the restroom and grab some water, and I'll be right back. Okay. Let's make our data table from our static mesh bank. This is our DT static mesh bank. And we're going to do the same thing for our material instance bank. Save all. In our static mesh bank, let's add our wall. I know it doesn't look like a brick wall, but there you go. And we will add door. In our material instance bank, we'll just add our basic marble. Marble. Okay. Structure context menu. Let's think. We're going to, we need a function that detect type of selected structure. This will take in the, actually we already have the hit result stored. So we get our hit result, and we're basically going to do this, right? So we're going to get the object's name. And what we're going to do on a door instance, I think the player, so we store already, where do we store that? It's in the game mode, isn't it? Yeah, here's where our data banks are. So let's give the game mode and you know what? Since we've done that 3 times, it's going to the top. And actually, it's going to the bottom of all that. And this is our static mesh bank. And our material instance bank. So save everything to close, start that again. We're going to tap the game mode to get the meshes and the instances that we want. So the server, though from the UI we can't access that. So when we are spawning with our token thumbnail, what are we doing? We're sending a name. And we're calling this function on the player controller, which asks the server to find the class that matches this name that we want. And we're making this actually more robust. So currently, what are we doing? Currently, we have a class for each token: cone, cube, sphere, that we and this temporary, this wall piece. And these are not different at all, except for the static mesh and the material that's being used. In fact, it's just right here. It's a token. So what we actually could do, now that we have these, so let's give it our static mesh bank, boom, and material instance bank, boom. Excuse me. What we want to do actually is just send the name of a static mesh, and then this static mesh will then be set to whatever it is, and then we don't have to ever we don't have to keep making separate tokens, so we can generalize this. So let's make that happen now. Let's clean some stuff up. And I'm just thinking about this. You know, something I did, this is making me think. I made a sound effects bank once upon a time. And this sounds like something that we might be able to steal from that. If I can find the source of it. Yeah, I made an audio manager. So I'm going to open that up. And basically it stored footsteps that I wanted. And then I would tap it and I would get sound from library based on the surface type. So I think we're going to do something similar here. And what was it? It was an actor. So I think it was spawned in the world, or did the, let me see, this is opening Visual Studio. Let me read through this. It was basically a singleton. But it was stored in the game instance. So the game instance had the audio manager, and then you would tap the game instance to get the audio manager in order to call those functions. So, and were those functions static? It was not. Let me go to the implementation. It was using constructor helpers. I don't know if I want to do that. I try and avoid those. So let me think. The game instance is everywhere. Let's see. Are we able to get game instance from here? I think so. Let me find that network compendium. Let me look real fast where we can access. Yeah, okay, so the UMG cannot get the game mode, even though on a network thing. That's just single player, I guess. It would be able to grab it. So we have to go through the player controller in order to get those things. So we will still need to do things through the player controller. So close all that. Our player controller needs to talk to the game mode. Let's look at our spawning and how we're doing that. Where's our spawn? Is it just server side? Yeah, it's just server side. It's receiving a row name, and it's going in the token data bank. Spawn actor from class. So the class we're actually going to store, so these banks are going to be deprecated and outdated. So we have a static mesh bank and a material instance bank. Now we also need a T subclass of ABG. Actually, no. We're just spawning a token, right? We don't even need to spawn the BP token, right? Nothing. There is nothing special about a BP token that I know of. And this is why I'm trying to keep things. See, this actually can be this, right? Not the BG, we need the BG game. This is why I'm trying to keep things in the C++ so that we can spawn token location on server. See, we don't need to cast to the blueprint version at all. And similarly, we are going to spawn just the C++. Okay, so we don't need that actually. What we're gonna do instead is a name comes in, and we're going to look if static mesh bank, come on, and material instance bank, if those are set properly, We now then go to find a row based on in the static mesh bank find row off of the row name that comes in. If it exists, this is going to be called the static mesh row, and we're going to do an auto const material instance row is equal to material instance bank find row, and this is from the FBG static mesh bank, and this is from the FBG material instance bank. Row name also, so they're going to be identical. I don't think we need a context string, so we grab the static mesh row and the material instance row out of these two banks that match the row name. The token to spawn is going to be of type ABG token class, static class. We will not need to. It returns an actor pointer. And then, so this is it's deferred. So that, and then the token to spawn set get static mesh component, set static mesh to the static mesh row static mesh, and the token to spawn get the static mesh component set material to material instance row material instance, and at index 0. So that right there already generalizes our ability to spawn a token. And then same thing for spawning a structure. We're just going to do, again, static mesh bank. This is the static, let's do a rename, a real rename. Static mesh row is from the static mesh bank, FBG static mesh bank, and material instance bank. Auto const material instance row is equal to material instance bank find row FBG material instance bank. Did I do that up here? Yep. With the row name and no context string necessary. If static mesh row and material instance row, which are pointers, so we can validate, make sure those aren't null. We are just spawning an ABG spline structure, static class. We are then, my spline structure is a little different. We need to give it this information. We may have to modify a little bit of what we're doing here, but let's see how this works. Our structure to spawn get the primary structure data array. This is a const, so we're not going to be able to set things here, right? There's a structure info. I don't know. Actually, we need to add to that array. Not do that. Whoops. Dot add unique and FBG structure info of this is why we added the constructor in there, so we can do our static mesh row, static mesh, our material instance row, material instance, and just an F transform. So that's why we did this, so that we can make one of these. Okay. All right. This will become more robust, I think, as we'll give it some more parameters so that we can have more complex structures that we can spawn. But I think that moves our spawning completely over to that bank. Let's just go over here to the banks themselves. We just need marble in there. You know what? Let's make some more materials while we're just for fun. How about walnut? So now we got a walnut, and let's do. I don't know. Ceramic tile checkered. How about gold? Let's do a gold. Create a material instance. Okay. So now we've got those. Fix up any redirectories. And in our data, we're going to add gold, gold. There's our gold. And our, what did we do? We did oak, oak. Nope, it was walnut. Okay, so there's our material instance bank, static mesh bank. We've got a wall, we've got a door. We're gonna do with hello Z positive. How you doing? Cube. There's a I could have sworn these were in basic shapes, but maybe it's in starter content. Okay, cube, sphere, let's do a what else? A cone. It's going well. I'm sort of making things a little bit more template-y and generalized, abstracted, so that we have a full bank that we can tap for our static meshes. All right, so we've got static mesh bank, material instance bank. When we go to, let's see, what are we? Our token thumbnail. We are passing a name in, and we also need to know the material. So row name's is not going to work either. Okay, so we need when we are spawning, so we need to do a shape name. So mesh name, and we also need to send in an fconst of material name. And this will be from the material name. Same thing with our structures. Spawn structure at location. This is the mesh name. And material name. Material name. Material name. And in player controller, where we're calling these things, spawn token location, this is the mesh name now. And it needs a material name. Spawn structure at location, mesh name, material name. This is now mesh name. I don't know why it didn't properly do that. We're passing the mesh name and the material name down here as well. Mesh name, material name, mesh name, material name. Okay. Let's save and quit all of that and reload. Whoops. What happened? Yes, I believe this get primary structure data array, I'm thinking because we have it as returning a const. So we're going to do we need to have a this returns a bool. If it's true, ends up true. This is add structure info to primary. We don't need to call it primary anymore. We only have one. Add structure info to array. And this receives ufunction is a macro that for Unreal Engine specifically. And this is where this is how you expose stuff to blueprints, and as well as multicast your server stuff too, and then creates categories. So this is an Unreal Engine specific macro, a header. And we will expose it. Oh, So the difference is blueprint callable versus blueprint implementable event or native event. See, so there's a bunch of different bunch of things here. Blueprint callable just means it's a function that like a blue thing. And what it does is if our primary structure data array dot add unique structure info to add, is it going to be a pointer or is it? Yeah, it's not a pointer. We don't want a pointer. We just a structure. So add unique, I think, returns the index. Okay, so we don't want to add unique. We just want to add. So I guess if I guess that, right? Because it's going to return the index of where it put it. And I want to rename this to just the structured data array. Rename this to just get structured data array. Okay, so rather than this, we're going to structure to spawn, add structure info to array. That. There we go. Okay, and now if we go to our token thumbnail, we need to fix this, refresh the token name. So our token thumbnails now need whoops, not a function. We need a token name and a material name. And we're going to make these a little bit more modular as well. Okay, so token This is actually going to be the mesh name now. And then same thing on our structure thumbnail. This is the mesh name, and we need a material name too. Refresh. Don't need those. Mesh name goes in there, and material name goes in there. Refresh that. Mesh name. Material name. Oh, we don't want, we need to make a, this isn't structure, we need to make a structure thumbnail. Create WP, create widget. We're making a structure thumbnail. There we go. Same thing here. Drag detected. There we go. Okay, so we did that, and then now here, what were you? You were a cube, so the mesh name is cube, and the material name, let's try walnut. For the cone, we'll stick with our marble. For the sphere, we'll go with gold. For the wall, we'll go with marble again. For the structure, the spline wall, it is wall and marble. Save. Okay. We weren't finished with the right click. We'll avoid adding doors and stuff to walls for the moment. But let's try our new... No? No, it didn't work. Well, it did. But the static mesh did not get set. Did not get set. So what happened? We do have... Well, it did spawn, so it went properly through everything. We've got these. And those are right. That's all good too. So... let's pause there and see what happens. I'm wondering if we need to make a function call or a server. Interesting. It never made it here to the game mode. So oh, if it's not making it there, is that because the server's getting killed, so the server doesn't exist? Let's go find the log. Doesn't look like it. All right, what's happening? Interesting. What went wrong? I mean, it's right here. Okay. And obviously it got spawned, but the static mesh didn't get set. I don't know why my debugger is not getting hit. It's hitting there, but it's rolling right through here with nothing. Why is that? This shouldn't be any different than what we already were doing. Yeah, see, it's calling it. All right, let's try standalone. Okay, so it's a server issue. So that's cool. We know that our bank is working. It's just not setting the static mesh. So the issue is right here. This is not replicated. So on our token, static mesh component, let's try that. And make sure. All right, server side it works. Let's try on a client now. If the static mesh component itself replicates, then this should hey, awesome. The material doesn't, but the static mesh does. Okay, so to fix that, we probably have to make a function. So, which would be cleaner anyway. So, do it at the top. This is U function net multicast reliable blueprint callable. Category is BG token functions. This is void setup mesh and material, and this receives a U static mesh pointer of our static mesh, as well as a U material instance pointer of our material instance. Yeah, static mesh component, set static mesh to our static mesh component, set material to the material instance. 0. Okay, so we've got that. Which, you know what? Actually, what about a constructor? Where do we put that? We put it up front, right? Explicit. Oh, right. You don't do that if you actually have it explicit here. So that should do that, and we shouldn't need an extra function actually. Called to when spawning a called use spawn a specific token with a specified mesh specified mesh and material. So over here, how do we do that? UE4 C++ spawn actor with explicit constructor. Okay, never mind. you can't do an explicit. So with this, okay. Nope. Okay, let's back up. We do need an init. Unfortunately, we cannot do that. So okay. Const called when spawning mesh material. Okay, so rather than that, we're going to do token to spawn, initialize mesh and material, and pass the static mesh row static mesh and the material instance row material instance. Okay. Let's try that. That's not net multicast, so we'll see how it goes. We should also wrap that if token to spawn is successful so that we aren't potentially with a naked null pointer there. Okay, so the material's still not working. It might be because we need a dynamic material instance, or because it's just not net multicast. So let's try. Cool. A dynamic material instance would actually be better anyway. That might be more performative. But there we go. Okay, now we need to just fix structures as well. So same thing here. Wait. Here, we're just adding structure info to array. That might actually be what needs to be. This needs to be a replicated. We just need to replicate that. Okay. So now that'll be a replicated variable. Actually, the locked state needs to be replicated as well. Okay. Stop. Rebuild it. Realized I don't think we're passing in. Oh, we are. Cool. Okay, so that's in. But we have no. Oh, right. Okay, stop. What's different between our spline wall and our spline structure? Does it have two spline components or spline points? It does. So what's going on here? It is not. Okay. client side again, so oh, interesting. Extracting data from value failed. Okay, stop. Why did it fail? We'll try a getter. I mean, it's a member variable. I don't know why it failed to get it out of there. That still works. Zero, huh? Yeah, it's one. So it works server side. It's a replication issue again. Okay. Why is it a replication issue? Add mesh to spline as a net multicast. I guess we'll make this a net multicast as well. Seems a little silly to have to do that, but all right. No, we can't do that because a replicated function can't have a return value. Okay, well, we'll just void. I guess we don't need to confirm that we did anything. Just do it. I don't know why. I mean, it's replicated, so if the server is asking to add it there, the clients would have this data. This is just going to duplicate the structure data, so we might start seeing that there's more than one element added to this. Length 1. All right. Client. Length 0. Length 1. Client side right here, this is the client log, is seeing 0. So the data array length is not, whoops, stop, is not working. Okay, that's our problem. Why is that happening? It's replicated. The server is adding the information. All right, let's get rid of net multicast again. Data array length is 0 and 1 on the server. Why is that? UE4 replicated array is empty on client side. I wonder if it's because they're structures. UE4 replicated struct. Ah. Okay. So these are not, this is not replicated. Everything that is its own blueprint itself has to replicate also. So we have to look, let's see, UE4 struct. Excuse me. Actually, I have a better idea. Okay, so that you can't do identity as a default. All right. Why can't I pass in a default? transform. I think the issue is because another actor is creating this actor, so this isn't getting replicated, so this needs to make its own structure to put into the array. And so now when we do here, we're not making the struct here, we're just passing that information now. So let's go ahead and stop and try again. Structured data array length is still 0. No, it isn't. It says 1 right there. And this is on client. What's going on here? It is replicated. Just do that on the server side, I guess. See if that successfully adds it to the structured data array. Then it can get replicated downwards to the clients. I don't know why a client would need to see that. I guess it is getting accessed by all clients because the add mesh has to be done for everyone. Yeah, see, structure data array length 0. But server side, it's 1. about we don't replicate the structured data array. Just get rid of this replicating stuff, huh? Zero there, one there, so nothing changed. It's as if it's not even... These should be replicated because they need to be the same across all clients. Yeah, set is replicated to true. Here's my spawn structure location. There we go. Oops. Right. Dereference, dereference. I'm wondering if on one hand, on the client side, it's actually the mesh and the stuff is not passing properly. So I'll move my face real quick out of the way. Okay, that didn't even get called client side. And as you can see, server side, that got called. Okay. We'll return to this. I think maybe... Let's try that, actually. Let's just do that real quick. That might be the solution. All right, so there you go. It did pass. That information is correct now, client side. So why is structured data array length still 0? I don't know. I'm going to eat some lunch, and we will figure out why we're not getting a structure in our array. So I'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. Okay. Let's get back into it. I think I'm going to disable links in my Twitch chat at some point because that spam just keeps popping up about, do you want to become famous? Click this link. No, thank you. Sounds like a bunch of work. All right. Why don't we try struct members cannot be replicated. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so that can't be done. Yeah, I get one every few days. It's the same spam each time as somebody jumps into the chat room and drops a link. Inquires, if you want to be famous, click this suspicious looking link. Structure. So I don't know why this isn't working. Structure info. This is still 0 client side. And this can just be structure data array again, because obviously that didn't work. Day array, data array. So a net multicast here, so it's reading this as we proved because this fired on the client. This is happening on the server. That runs the construction script. So, I mean, we could also test, where's the on construction? UE log temp warning text structure data array length equals structure data array dot num. So that'll spit that out again when it does the construction as well. So, and that's before it adds the mesh to the spline. So this will print here as well as in this function. Move my head up a little bit right there so that we can... Okay, stop doing that. 0, 0. It's 0 twice here. That's getting called before that's added. You see that? Called, called. So it's added, called, called. It's in reverse. That's interesting. Why is it in reverse? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Hmm. Why is it doing all of that backwards? Let's do it again and see if it's the exact same order or if it seems to be arbitrary. Nope. It's running on construction, then add mesh to spline. So it's doing these things before that gets called, but server side, it's doing that and then it's running those things. Okay, well, I guess that's just the way. Maybe because, oh, I think I can. Okay, so what's happening here is the server is holding this, right? The server's got this deferred actor that's sitting there ready to spawn. And the server's allowed to run add structure info to array. right now while it's holding it. But because this is a net multicast, it's going out there that it needs to run on the clients, but I think all the clients are waiting because they don't have this yet. And then it spawns it, the server spawns it. The spawning first on the clients triggers the construction and the add mesh to spline, but then it runs the net multicast of add structure info to array. So I think what we have to do is when we add structure info to the array, we have to then run add mesh, right? Why? All right, stop Unreal Engine. Give me back my IntelliSense. Add mesh to spline. So that it updates. I think we should rename add mesh to spline also to update spline mesh. Or update structure mesh. So that now, obviously on server side, it's going to be running update structure mesh twice. Let's see how many times this gets called. This may not even need to be multicast anymore because I think it was just in the wrong order. So we might be able to strip this down to just a server call, I think. Or not even. Let's see how many times it runs. This will be what matters here. So there it is. Okay. Yeah, see how many times we're calling add mesh to spline now? Twice on the server and 3 times on the client. So, and if we go to build mode, that's cool. All right, I think it's already working on there. Okay, so let's fix, now that we understand what was happening. So now, see, this is why we're learning. Yesterday we learned you need to have a scene component to add a spline, to be able to move your spline component around with this, to route things to the location for everything to move. And now today we're learning when you do this deferred actor spawn, and you make these calls here, and if it's net multicast, they're gonna wait. So let's remove, we're not gonna do that at all because it is a replicated variable. So this doesn't need to run on the client. It just needs to run up top. So let's stop everything and do this again. Okay, so if we go to the default game map and launch it like we do, this should still work because, yep, we just need to fix the default spline length here apart rather than 100. Reduce it so that that fits. And if we possess, also if we take a look here, we'll spawn a new one. Okay, that's better. So we're calling it twice there, and yeah, the first time, move my head again, you can see here the first time that we call it, structure data length is 0 on construction, as well as add mesh 0, and then we have to call it again after it's been created and do that. Stop. I wonder if we can, I mean, I guess it's aborting because it sees that there isn't any info there, so we're not losing really any performance. It's just another, it's calling the function a bunch. Okay, so also our spline component, we want to here have spline component set location at spline point 1, and we want that to be at local, and we want it to be an F vector of 50, 0, and 0. E spline coordinate space local and true. So that should then make it so that we only spawn one wall. Rather than two side by side like that. There we go. It's interesting how it does that. Oh, I see why. So if I move, if I just spawn one, okay, and then I move it, what's it look like right now? That's 1 and that's 0. What happens now? What does it look like? That's 1 and 0 got moved. Okay. So let's fix that. I don't like that. We can probably do this without having to close it. When we grab and update the, when we set location, here we go. This would actually be over in player controller. I want to check the length, there's move, add spline point, here's modify structure length. This is the intersection, the nearest index to click. Find input key closest to world location. And we are rounding. And when we round, I've got an idea. Okay. If the nearest index to click is -1 so we got to click. We are also going to check if grab structure instances. How many can we get instance count? Get instance components dot num is I don't know, less than 2. Yeah, if we got, do that. If it's less than 2, nearest index to click is going to be 1. Else, do this. That way, we're always, if there's just one wall, we're always just going to grab index. We want to move 1 but leave 0 where it is, right? Let's see how that works. That might make it feel a little bit more predictable, so that we're pivoting on the initial construction on our first. Yeah, see how that was a lot smoother. And now, well, seems to have ruined that. Okay. So what do we got? 1, 0. Why can't we pick up 0 now? So let's stop. Let's print here UE log temp warning text number of instance components. We want I grabbed structure get instance components dot num, and we're going to put that right before it. And let's see what we get here. Because now we're always grabbing 1. It seems to always say that our instances... Wait! Instance components versus instances. I already figured it out. Get instance components. That's just getting the component we want. Get instance mesh component by string. We want the wall instance, and then we want to get instance count. That's what we want. And you know what? While we're at it, we'll stick it right here too so we can see it. Okay, move my head up. Pop. There we go. Number of instance components, that should be instances now, is 6, and that is correct. We are now able to, well, that's 1. There's our 0. Interestingly enough, it immediately So where's it moving? Off by 50. So it's like it's rounding. I think it's because of our offset, perhaps. So, and in fact, this was another issue we were having. You see how it's off? So I'm going to do something that I've been wanting to do. So we've got that's working. We just need to clean it up. And part of today's cleanup with the spline structure is that I'm thinking we get rid of the gap and make everything nice and even. So this right here, this offset is probably the issue. So this grid snap, we're going to go to 100. And we will now also go, because that's the offset issue actually right there. We were off by 2.5 and 2.5, right? Because it needed to be, or no, 52.5 and 52.5 would have been half of 105. Yeah, and then our board, when we spawn it right here, there. Also right here. Gotta fix these because we hard coded them in. We're getting rid of the gap now though. Sector size is now going to be 100. Okay. I think that'll do it. Let's test it and make sure that that's working. And then we'll just need to figure out our offset a little bit better. So the gap should be now gone in the grid, which will make it look like one big smooth board. Yep. So that's better. So that's positive x, and this is positive y. And it's subtracting, yes, minus 50 minus 50 is that way. So the solution to this would honestly be that you know what? I've got an idea. Let's do that. And now, here's our build board implementation. The location is, let's see, our centered location comes in here. we're going to offset the entire board, because I think this grid snap is based on the engine's internal grid. So if we instead move our tiles in our board itself, which, where are we spawning our board initially? Right here? Yeah, okay. Spawn new board. Okay, it's based on our actor locations. So if we just move them by 50, so then the engine's grid of 1 by 1 meter lines up with in the middle of our tiles. Though that's not gonna work for the way that we're moving the boards, is it? So we move them 50 off. So that's already feels a lot better. But if we do lock that, if we move the board, yeah, now the board's full. Now the board's off. Okay, so how does grid snap work? You know what? No, we want to actually, we want to move, let's put those all back to 0 and 0. What we want to do in reality is, if I can open up Blender, there are oof, what is, that is very interesting. I don't quite know why the focal point of our rotation is so weird. Why are we focused here? There we go. All right, that feels better. There are pieces in Dungeons and Dragons that like large creatures occupy what, a 2x2, and then monstrous creatures or whatever, enormous, go to a 3x3, etc. So if a tile, in order to do that, we're going to need to snap 2 points in between tiles anyway. So we need to move on the x-axis by 0.5 and move on the y-axis by 0.5. So we need to have our origin in the corner anyway. So we're going to save and apply all the transforms and export this as our wall. We do that again with just the selected object. And we're going to I want it in the positive also, so we'll remember always 0.5 and 0.5. Open recent for the door as well. This, we're going to move in the X by 0.5, move in the Y by 0.5. So there we are. Apply the transformations, and we're going to export this as well as our door. Did it, I can't remember if it had selected object. Export there. Go back here, and we're going to re-import. So now it's center. Yeah, it's off. It's offset. So now let's take a look. We're not snapping to the center of a tile anymore. Okay. It's going to feel funky. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's modify structure length. Where's move? There we go. So we're also going to want to do actor box extent dot x plus actor box extent dot y, right? Because we all have to be to the edge of tiles, not to the center anymore. Okay, it's working, but notice it's off. So if I eject, that's our origin. So it's gonna. So how do we make this feel better? That was positive x. It was off by positive x. Maybe subtract. Okay, that's already better. That's positive, so So I'm able to see through that. Why am I able to see through that with my mouse? What's going on there? Supposedly, trace responses is the block switches to ignore. And yet, if I look at this guy, it's just the query, right? But you can see my mouse, it's still working even though my mouse is over it. Hmm. An instance itself Yeah, okay. We're doing it to the actual instance itself, not the component. So instance static mesh still blocking visibility. Huh. There appears to be an issue with instance static meshes. If you want to update the collision settings, unfortunately, even though we are changing it, this is what this is saying is you have to actually remove it and add it back with the new one. Okay, so what are we, when we're casting, I need to access like custom collision. Let's see. Okay. How do I search for self or pass through? I want a trace channel for everything but the thing that I'm holding. Hmm. Generate overlap events during level streaming. Oh, that's not it. Well, I guess we're not going to stack a structure on top of a structure, right? Because right now, interesting. Where's my move structure? Aha. So we're looking for tiles only. I'm just curious what happens if it's just the extent. I wonder if... So if it's not a tile, it doesn't move. So... we should look on maybe a different trace channel, or make a new trace channel that just goes straight through. Okay, that's not what we want. But minus the Y. There we go. Well, that's better. That's a lot better. Though it did that thing again. So we just need to fix that. But, where's the collision? Okay, so I want to, for tile, set collision profile name to tile, and then in token, set collision profile name to token. And if I make another one, new trace channel called structure, is collision enabled query in physics. It is a world dynamic object, I believe. Alt collision reset for SplineStructure. So this is okay. So this thing, if it has a structure collision, it will block structures, block tiles, and block token. If I trace by channel, I think that'll work. And then our structure. Maybe I need to be doing an update collision profile. I have no idea, but we gotta solve this. Okay, that's still working. That's not still. Go on away. So we can do it here. We should be able to do it here. And then when I want to search on the hit stop, set convert. We need to do how to UE4 C++ hit result under custom channel. So was that 4? So we should be tracing for anything that on the non-structure channel, which should be tokens and tiles. Well, that's frustrating. Okay, you're on the structure channel and you ignore the non-structure collision response. So why is it blocking? Maybe it's 0 through, does it start at 0? No, it starts at 1. Hmm. I want it to add y, don't I? Subtract 50 and add. Okay. Maybe just do on the other side here. Well, I think the collision's now working. Or the trace channel's working. It's just funny. It's going in the wrong direction now. Need it to feel better with the mouse. There we go. Now that's wrong because the this is the origin now, right? So this is trying to go right there. So we just need to also fix our tokens, right? So we're subtracting x and adding y in order to come down to that. Should we... I feel like the issue here is we don't have a... Yeah, the origin is in the center of these tiles. So let's quickly... Let's do something here. I'll save the door. All of our origins, I'm going to just do that up. So I want to G on the X by 0.5. Nope. First of all, the whole thing needs to be scaled. Scale by -1 by 0.5. There we go. 0.5. And then I'm going to apply that, and then I'm going to G on the X by 0.5. And then G on the Y by 0.5. So everything's going to be in the positive 0.5, 0.5 right here. So if that's X is forward. Okay. And now we're making the tile now. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make the tile. So the tile, I'm going to scale on the Z by 0.5. Actually, yeah, we'll go with 0.2. And I'm going to move it on the Z to there. Or apply. Now, so there's a tile. I'm going to grab, I think, this face. And we're going to extrude on the Z by 0.1. Now by 0.05. And then we're going to take that and scale it on the Z by 0.5. No, not on the Z. There we go. That's what I want. So by 0.9. Yeah. I like that. Okay. Now I'm going to select this, and we're going to go to our is it under, where is it under? Here? Face, right there we go. So I'm going to apply and Alt. How do I do this? Is it Alt in? There we go. Recalculate the outside and flip. Oh, yeah, select all the faces, now recalculate. There we go. Apply all the transforms and save, select it, and we're going to export the FBX There's our tile. And we'll go back here into our art. And we will get our tile now. I don't want your basic material. I just want you raw. All right, now in our data and our static mesh bank, we're going to add tile. And its name is tile. And tile. Save. And we are spawning the board. Whoops. What we're going to do is we need to get our, well, we need to get that static mesh out of our data. So tile to spawn reference is that's what it's grabbing. So let's, for now, it's spawning BP tile, and we're just going to let it spawn BP tile, but this is now our tile. Perfect. Isn't that cool? Ah, now we got a custom tile. And the Z, we'll put it back to 1. Whoops. All right, go back to our defaults. There. And we'll fix our default also here to just a 1.f. We'll save that. Okay, and if we start it, our board, it should be kind of messed up. No? Well, that's pretty cool though. So we've got a nicer board now. We can definitely see, I like that. Okay. If I stop and I select one of these, now the corner matches that corner. So let's stop. And quickly, let's just make our own tokens. So we've got a tile now. Let's do our scale you down by 0.5 and apply. Move in the X by 0.5, move in the Y by 0.5, and we're going to move you in the Z by 0.5. And let's scale by 0.9. Actually, let's undo that and scale by 0.8, and then move in the Z down 1. Perfect. So we're going to just call this our cube. We're going to apply all the transforms and 3, select all the faces, recalculate the outside just in case, apply all the transforms and save. We'll export our cube. And in our data, we're going to swap this cube for our new cube. Because what this does, right? I really like that we have some custom models coming in. Even though the texture is just a default texture, it makes me happy. So there's our cube. Now see how our origin is off now? So the origin is going to the centered there. So we want to fix now our token movement. So all of this is going to make our movement a little bit tighter, I think. So we'll go here, and when we are moving a token, similarly, we want to get the bounds. Let's see, what did we do down here? Origin minus extent, origin plus extent, plus extent. So that should do for, I think, just moving around on tiles and stuff. But if it is a spline structure, what we want is see, this X and this Y is now at the corner. So that might be what we want now, right? Let's test this. Okay, so our movement is fine. Our spawn needs to be modified, and there we go. We need to change our how we're handling that. That's funny. We're pivoting there. So we're still off on our modify, but okay, so that's working, and that's working. Okay. Okay, so close all our tabs. Go here for spawning. The location. For spawning. Where's our spawn? It's just a server call, isn't it? Spawn structure. Yeah, so it's at the location. Oh, we're doing it in blueprints, aren't we? Yep. So it is the it's just the origin, right? This is the middle, so it's the origin. We don't actually want, wait. We just want the position, so recombine. It's just hit actor get location and pass that and add the z's, the extent. And then same with a structure. We just want the location. Yeah. Oops. But the spline structures don't fall, do they? Because I don't think they do gravity. I can't remember. Yeah, okay. So it's going to be the origin and the z, both z, the extent and origin z axis plus. There we go. Perfect. Oh, things are coming together. Okay. Might as well do this here as well. Okay, so let's fix our moving, our modify structure. Here we go. Excuse me. This also, we're getting the actors, the hit actors bounds, the origin, and the extent, but we actually just want last targeted actor get actor location dot X. And that for the Y. And then the Z plus that stuff. This all making sense? You're getting this, right? I've got a perfect, what is that? 60 degrees, 45, the perfect 45 degree, no, 60, right? 3/5, 3/5, something. Oh, this is, I was doing move structure. But that was working, right? Actually, I messed up the move structure, so that actually works perfectly. Nice. And if I build, I move. Oop. It's because it's rotated. Okay. So, let's find our modify structure length. This is where oh, it's because our board is now off, isn't it? Okay, that's at 0, 0. Where is the board in relation to where these spawn? Yep, okay. So now those are centered. Okay, so let's stop. We need to go to our board. The centered location needs to be shifted by 50, right? In the positive in both directions. That didn't work. Oh, wait. Order of operations. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Is it... It's having them, right? So... if I comment that part out... No. Still putting it smack in the center. So now we're backwards. We're exactly what we wanted, but... Okay. Just that. We're taking the spawn location is going to be the internet index that divided by, maybe it's the divide by 2? No. It might be the divide by 2. Man. I just can't get this to there. That's all I want. I just want it there. Why is it shifting? I don't think it's changing at all. You know what? There we go. I just need to restart. Okay, so okay. I need to fix the 105 distancing issue right for the gap. And we need to decide how are we going to handle the pivot like that. If we even can. Mm-hmm. Maybe we don't rotate. Or we may have shot ourselves in the foot here, actually, because if we think about it, what happens with our rotation? That. So, let's put it back the way it was. And when we get to larger tokens, we're going to have to think about how to handle that. Okay, so we're going to move you to center. Move you to center. I think I have an idea. Okay, let's go back to when we just need to put this back. Let's not worry about this offset yet. I kind of have an idea I want to play with. This is going to get, let's just see how it actually runs first. Let the reset origins. We're still okay. That's off, but our rotation is fixed. That's repaired. That's fine, okay. Because we're still actually spawning, even though now the center of our tiles origin is it's in this, the tile's center is centered, but we've offset, the board is still, well, it's centered. Okay, but our snap to grid might work. I'm thinking, let's just close. So our move token to location is fine. Or no. Our move, was it our spawn was off? Yeah, our spawn was off, but our movement was fine. So where's our spawn? Spawn structure is fine. All right, again, it's all in the UI. Go to our UI for our token. We want to go back to the origin. Same with, let's see, the structure is also going to be the origin plus the wait. All right. Oops. Yes, except our Z is slightly skewed. That's fine. That works again. Our movement is off, so our spawn is fine. And the movement of that is okay. That's good. And that's working again, and if we move it, okay, we gotta fix that. But this actually is just the origin Z plus the, I think just the extent. Yep, okay. So that's good. Where's our move structure? Not move, but modify structure length is going to be And it's going to be the, what are we doing here? If nearest index to click is -1. So we haven't clicked yet. And also on the board, I want to put this back to 0.5 and 0.5. Stop. I want to offset it again. I think. That might be a mistake, but let's see. Okay. It's now again, it's center. And that's off. So I want to put it back that way. Now, why did that occur? So what happened there? Why is... What's the difference? What happened? Our origin is still okay. It's still okay. So what's going on? Strange. So I don't want to offset this at all. So we're going to remove, stop it, and we're going to remove, I think we're just doing that, right? Oops. Because if I make it an F vector of zeros, that's just +0, right? Check. Okay, we're centered again. And that's working again. Okay, the origin's good. Well, it seems to be working the way that we want it to. So though it moves. So that's something I've noticed. When you add one, it grabbed and then it moved a point over to where we clicked. Oh, and it's forgetting to, the linear is not happening right there. Interesting. Okay, so we know we don't want that anymore. Okay, I gotta feed my cats because they are going crazy at the moment, so I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll keep polishing up some of this spline structure and movement work. So I'll be right back. Okay. Now that my cats are fed and they're not crying anymore, let's figure out what's going on here. I just want to play around with it and see what jumps out at me that needs to be improved. It is Friday and the end of a long week. Might just wrap up a little early with the coding today. I like what we have managed to put together though with the mesh and the material bank. Actually, I am curious if we're in move mode. Just want to see this. All right, we have a red line going straight down the middle if I move. Okay. We're still okay with that. If we move the board around. Okay, so token movement is wrong. It's going to the it's going to an offset, so we need to just fix that. What else? Okay, let's fix token movement. We want to get the origin, right? I think that's what we want. What's going on there? Oh, here we go. That was for... That was other. This is where... Okay. So if it's a spline structure, location X and Y and above. Yeah, we don't want to do any offset anymore. That's what's... There we go. Okay. Let's start fully over. Sometimes these hot compiles, the hot reloads don't actually take for some reason. Yeah, there we go. We are back to the way it was. That 100 feels a little high, though, when it lifts. Honestly, I might just go with, like, 50. Oh, let's fix the offset also. So, SplineStructure. The repeat width is now 100. Now we have a nice smooth, a perfectly smooth wall. And door. Look at that. How awesome is this? This is coming along quite nicely. And all of this is dynamically loaded through our mesh and material bank. Hey, Buglier, we've done some cool improvements overall. I don't know when you were here last, but yeah, everything's able to. We're loading these things now dynamically out of a bank. So we're saying we want a wall, and it grabs the marble material. We've got a custom tiles now. We got rid of the gap, so everything is nice and together. I made a custom cube, so it's a little bit smaller than that. What else do we need to work on? So that, oh, I know. I delete that. Something that was having an issue. We do that. Okay. I think it's because of what we did right here. We changed handle this right here, modify structure length. So for modifying structure length, if the instance count is less than 2, we grab 1 always, not 0 for our index. Otherwise, we get the nearest index to click. But first, if we're holding left alt down, we're adding a spline point to the structure. If we haven't clicked yet, we're deprojecting, we're getting an intersection. We are finding a location closest to world location. So that's the index we're putting in. Or no, this is the index. This is the index. This is the... Let's take a look at this call. The click location. when we do that, so we don't need that anymore. We're not setting the nearest index to click, are we? What happens if we set the nearest index to click? Actually, if we're setting it there, then we can, well, let's just test it first. So then our nearest index to click is set. So that should be what we're going to move also. For some reason, it's not setting it to linear. So when we add a point, that's 4, that's 3. It's also moving the 4 to 3. It's moving the other one to the new location. So oh, I think I know. We need to, because we're inserting it. I think after we add it, we want to decrement nearest index to click, or maybe we want to increment, I'm not sure. Because we're grabbing the old index, and we want to grab the new one where we inserted. That didn't do anything. I'm going to stop. And I'm going to do that. So it collapsed both now. Interesting. It's collapsing 2 points in, so let's stop. I also think I know what the problem is. Our spline structure. Our default and starting spline points need to be set to linear. Is the issue there. There we go. Okay. So that's fixed. What's up, Kevin? Just trying to figure out, let's see. Maybe we'll just set this back to -1. Check it out, what we've accomplished today. So far, we've got that. So that draws off a new line when we reset it, which is cool. But it's still moving that point. I don't know why it's collapsing the points down. So, but you can add a door. That's board number 2. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why that piece is way out there. That's funny. We'll investigate that. Door. Back to wall. You can also remove an entire section and lock the whole thing so nothing changes. Ugh. Well, we can check. Actually, you know what? Let's package and test this. Because we do need to test this on some networking as a packaged game. So let's let it package. Today, the accomplishments are we managed to get everything spawning dynamically. So we pass in the name of the object we want and the material name, so we can there's like a bank of all the meshes and materials that we draw from when we're spawning things. So we don't have to have a class per token anymore. It just grabs the static mesh that's stored and the material instance that's stored, which makes everything a lot more abstracted, which is always good. All right, so there's game 1. And game 2. Cisco DAX. Having a game on the Deep Space Nine, and he's invited Dax along. He's red. Dax is in, chooses blue. We'll make them both game masters. You know what? Cisco's not the game master, just Dax. There we go. All networked up. And we drop in. Perfect. So that works across client to server. And if we lock it, that's working too. Nice. We can give Cisco permission to control it. That didn't work. Interesting. So we've broken our control. We'll look into that. How's our network? That looks good. Looks pretty smooth to me. So that, it's still collapsing. I don't like that. We need to figure out why it's collapsing when we add a... Whoop. Doors working over the server. Ah, interesting. I ruined my own control over it. Oh. Duh. I bet Cisco's... Interesting. Cisco's able to move it. I bet I locked it. Whoops. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Well, cool. I think this is coming along well. I don't know about you, but I think this is ready for some friends to use for D&D at some point. It just needs continued polishing, and then we need to solve this how this z-axis. See, my door is actually, my floor is not at a realistic architectural second floor level, but we can remove our squares here and create a little window in, though we seem to still be blocked, even though those aren't. So I don't know what the collision channel is on the pawns and why we're being blocked by this. Oh, I know why that tile didn't spawn. It probably collided with this, and it was set to adjust position but spawn anyway. So we'll look into that, and I think something that's necessary is figuring out how to switch on and off visibility of Z levels. So I think I'm not entirely sure how we'll do it, but things that are on a certain Z level need to belong to that Z level, but things on the other Z level need to be on that one, so that if we have like a little up and down arrow here, you can, kind of like the Sims, where if you move up and down, it'll select which floor is visible or invisible. So that's something to think about. But yeah. Well, I think since it's a Friday, I'm going to end it early today rather than start a whole new challenge. I think you know what? Actually, we'll clean up a little bit. In here, I don't think we need. We're no longer using that. Ah, yes, our token bank. We got rid of the token bank, right? It's still in there, so I'm gonna clean up some unused variables before we end today. So these are no longer used, so I'm gonna comment them out for now. And let's see what we broke by commenting those out. I don't think we broke anything because I don't think anything's grabbing from the token bank or the structure data bank anymore. Nope, cool. So we'll open up the editor and clean house a little bit. All right, so those have disappeared. So this and this, I think. No, it shouldn't be using it. Where are you referencing it? I'm pretty sure that you aren't referencing it anywhere. So, yeah, all right, so the token's fine. Yep, all right. It just thought it was. All right, we're good there. We can get rid of the cone. We can get rid of the cube. And we're not using that wall right there anymore. Or that sphere. Cool. We have shrunk down our what we're using, essentially. In fact, we're not even using the spline wall anymore. Everything is dynamically built as C++ classes using our mesh and material bank. Yeah. And this is the token wall piece. This is our spline wall piece. See, that doesn't do anything, but this does stuff. Okay. Well, that's cool. Let's go ahead and stop that. And we can also clean up in our types here. We're not using a structure bank or a token bank anymore. We're just using a static mesh bank and a material instance bank. So let's build and make sure that I didn't just destroy and ruin everything again. Looks good to me. Thanks, Bontakun. For 4 weeks, this is 1 month of work. So yeah, we're finishing up 4 weeks of work right now, and that's where we're at. In a month, we pretty much have a working prototype of what I set out to build. Whoop. We need some forward declarations here in our game mode. So, because it no longer gets these out of the... yeah, the initial goal is to is just it's a supplementary software tool for tabletop games. So this won't have rules implemented. This isn't a game per se. This is a tool. But let's say there's an update 2.0 down the road. Who knows what we could add? But the goal is a Sims-like architectural design tool for playing and using for a quick combat in a tabletop game. But I mean, we're making some cool stuff here, a foundation of something. Who knows, maybe we'll fork off of this and we could make a Final Fantasy Tactics game or something. But for now, I don't want to have a feature bloat, or I don't want to balloon on things, and I just want to focus on making a really simple architectural tool for making a board for combat. And if necessary, we could remove the Z level for now and make that a roadmap. Yeah, that's a good question. What is the goal for next week? What should we work on? I mean, right now, I know we're having an issue with this add spline point to structure spline. So when we modify a structure length, I guess we could look at that for for a little bit here. Is why is this? Why when we click, is it all I can think is we added this right here, right? So if I were to do that and just comment that out, does that fix our collapsing issue? Because that's what I added in order to prevent the moving of the 0. Spline point 0 I didn't want to move. But maybe I broke it by inserting those lines. I was thinking we could spend some time continuing to work on some custom meshes. We do need to improve. No, that didn't do it. Okay, so that's not it. We need to improve the wall look. I don't know. We could spend some time in Blender and do some artwork. So when we click with the left mouse button, we're deprojecting the mouse position of the world. We get an intersection. We're getting the nearest index to click, which is rounding. We're grabbing the spline component, find input key closest to world location. We're rounding to int at that intersection. And then we're adding a spline point to the structure. grid snap it. And then at the index. Now let's go down one. So what is that? That's 0 and 1. So 0, 1, by subtracting, we're always moving. That was interesting. We're always moving. Ooh. Okay. What are we doing right here? Add spline. For sure, Bontakun. Thanks for sticking around. I'm just going to do a little bit of polishing work here before signing off. I'll see you next week. I'm curious what I'm doing right here. Why am I doing that? Why don't I just do the intersection? And could snap it to the 100 point out. What's going on there? And then, I don't know, put that back to -1. Get a new. One, so it grabs 0. Interesting. So it's grabbing not the new one created, but the nearest one. Okay. So let's not reset our nearest index to click. Still doing the snap. Why is it doing that? When it makes a new one, it's joining them together. How about we don't modify structure length? That doesn't change anything. What is going on? Why does it collapse? Yeah, I don't need to call it in there anyway because it's going straight to it. Actually. Try that. So we're not going to do any modify of structure length at all. We're just adding. Ooh, look at that. Okay. Interesting. So we've added it, right? There it is. So what is this? This is 3 and that's 2. That's 2 and 1. So theoretically, we should have a new 2 right here if I click. It did. Okay. So it's behaving as expected. It added the click at the wrong Z level. So let's fix that first. We want to set the intersection.z is equal to the grabbed structure dot get actor location dot z. So that'll fix that, right? Okay, so we got a 1 and a 0. A 1 should appear in the middle. Oh. It put 0 in the middle because I was closer to 0. Okay, I know how to fix that. We need to make an if. So if grabbed structure, get the spline component, get number of spline points is less than or equal to 2. Nearest index to click is going to be 1. Right, I think. So that we're always put 1 in the middle. But what if we want to extend off the end of 1? No. Okay, that's... Nope, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is improve our zones here. So before we round, I want to do a float. We're not going to round yet. Float index is equal to, and if index is what do we want to do here? I want to get the how do I get the decimal? Mod F is what I want, right? Okay, what I want is a float index is mod F is fmath mod F of this and an integral. What did I do wrong? Right? It wants a float pointer. Okay. Ugh, I hate this. This is stupid. Float pointer. And then I need a that, and then float pointer. Is that how you do that? Oh, come on. Did it all doubles. So I don't know. It's literally how the C++ website made it. Okay, it needs to be a double. Fine. You happy now? Okay. Yeesh. So now I've got, to return to what I was doing, I was checking if the fract part is less than or equal to what, like 0. Let's say 3. What I'm trying to do here is add a point. I want to find out if I'm in between points or I'm closer to the end. Okay, so if fract part is less than 0.3 and hold on. If int part is equal to 0, and the fract part is less than 0.3, then the nearest index to click is set. We're going to make it 0. Else if int part is equal to 0 and fract part is greater than I mean, it's rounding, right? What happens if it's in between? It should have already been doing that. I don't really know what I'm doing. Hold on. I lost my train of thought with that whole mod F thing. I'm wondering, so this is inserting an index. This one doesn't even need an index, just a location. Add spline point. It just wants the position, so pass in the location. And coordinate space is going to be the E-spline coordinate space world, right? And then we run update structure. Oh yeah, and okay, I think I figured out what we want to do. Just add point to spline. And then we're going to create some extra parameters. So this new spline point that we're creating, its position is going to be equal to the location coming in. It's new spline point dot input key. It's going to be equal to, we're going to bring in const key. Whoops. Okay. This I actually just want to call add point to spline, pass in the modify the click location of the index. Just to test that, what that does differently, because we'll be able to specify exactly if we want to add it to the end to extend it, or if we want to put it in between two. So that's where this comes in. So if we just test, actually stop and start over. This is what we're going to work on Tuesday. Is this logic here is where we're going to detect based on our click. If we're near the end of the spline, we want to extend the spline out with a new end point. If we're in the middle between 2 points somewhere, we're going to want to add one in the middle. Okay, crashed. Because we were doing F-bit overrider. Okay. So all right, we're going to stop there to do find out if nearest index to click is an endpoint. If so, add line point. How do you do a multi-leveled to do? I don't know. If so, add spline to the. Yeah, it's not doing it. If so, add spline to end. Otherwise, add one in. Okay, so stop. Also fix the reliable buffer fill crash issue. All right. Well, what did we do today? We did a lot. We improved movement and modifying of structures, added locking, unlocking, polished oh yeah, and moved all spawning into a generalized templated made a mesh and material data bank, which is tapped for spawning tokens and structures, so that meshes and materials can be selected and chosen dynamically versus making individual token and structure classes. Okay. Whew, committed, and we'll return here next week to further improving our spline structure handling, as this is kind of like a bread and butter of our architectural tool for making making our tabletop game. So, thank you everybody who tuned in for week 4 and I think episode 16 of Deep End Dev. I'm Matthew. And as always, I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Tuesday at 9:30 Mountain Standard Time. AM. Later.